Morning, how's it going? Hey, buddy. Yeah. No, I feel like out of practice now. It's actually been like a couple of weeks since I've drawn anything. Feels like, well, a week and a half, I guess. Let's turn that down a little bit. Oh, right when it turns itself down, naturally. Okay, this one we should keep in here. This is the side with the binding. So how's everybody's week going, I guess? Ah, for fuck's sake. Apparently I've forgotten how to draw so that I don't snap pencil lids. Let's see that there, sure. Hey, good stuff, man. Glad to hear that. Let's see here. Okay, so this first lead is not lasting throughout the breakdown stage. Okay. Maybe it doesn't need to be quite that big. Doesn't make a ton of sense. Sure. Potentially. I'm a little out of the loop myself, actually. Hang on here. Let me just. Okay, so we started things off with Popo still aboard the Clerg's ship, but starting to affect his escape. And then from there, we switched to Hawkstab meeting up with General Rancor at Blood Bastion. Which is where we are now. And they just debriefed him really quickly. Like, gave him kind of the beginnings of a debriefing. And now they're about to be interrupted by the guys at the end of, well, I'm not even the end, in the middle of Blood Force number 3, who were the UN delegates' guards. So this is going to be a knife and gun show. So they've tracked Blood Force to their base. We should probably put that a little bit lower. And now they're going to serve them a cease and desist order for investigating the delegate. Because that's how you do these things, right? You go through official channels. You don't just go and attack somebody. At least not right off the bat, anyway. How do you fold arms? Hang on. I knew how to do this before. Wait a second. Or fuck, should I be backing them up more so you can see more of them? Shit, having them at waist height is. I mean, disavowed. Shit, I like that figure too, but I think he is actually a bit too close. This is a bit much. Not as part of this storyline. I do have that eventually, way down the line, but it's only scheduled to happen once. I actually wasn't aware that the Avengers did that often. I think I've seen that once or twice. Like, I feel like just once. I was never a big Avengers guy. That always seemed like one of the B titles to me. Kind of if it wasn't X-Men or Spider-Man or something new and sparkly, then I wasn't really on board a lot of the time. I mean, it didn't help that, like when I came in, the big new character being introduced was Rage, who I just had no interest in whatsoever. Particularly after finding out that he was a little kid in a big dude's body, it's like, oh fuck, I've seen that enough. Thank you. See, I didn't even know that Garrett was a villain of the Avengers too. I thought he was primarily an X villain. Wasn't he an X villain? I don't know. I may even have that wrong. You know, I think I'm probably thinking of. Oh, I don't know. I mean, like, there's a dozen X villains that are a little bit similar to Guy Ritchie. So. Okay, so he's doing like he's doing the same thing he's always doing, which is crossing his blades over his chest here. But in this particular sequence, we are leading up to Punch. But we're going through the formalities first. Where, bad guy shows up and establishes that. No, that he needs to be lower. What the fuck are you doing? Come on. And establishes that they know where the heroes live, because we haven't really established that yet. And then they issue their cease and desist. A little bit too far and a bit too big. Okay, come on, we'll get it. We'll get it. Need to be around there. And then when the dude in command, I was going to say the leader, not the leader, because he's not in command in this situation. When the dude in command goes all Battlestone, and he's too rogue to accept an official letter, cease and desist kind of thing. Then the bad guys have free reign to punch. Not that this is I think it's a good idea to come up with the script before you come up with the pages. Personally, the Marvel method seems like a fucking nightmare to me. I don't understand how anything ever got done unless you have Jack Kirby running the show, because Jack Kirby is also doing the writing. And he writes in pictures and then fills in dialogue, and that makes sense. Let's move it a little closer. Yeah, I mean, I've never had. I don't think I've ever really worked with a writer, so it's never really been even an option. But no, I can't imagine just drawing pages and then figuring out the dialogue afterwards. That seems like senseless to me. How much does Blood Force depend on the government? Well, I mean, for the budget, I suppose. Like, you know, Quinjets don't pay for themselves. Although, I mean, with this kind of book, I could just easily go, yeah, no, they've just got a Quinjet and a building, and doesn't matter where they get the money from, right? No, the government will not be getting involved for the most part, at least to start with. They're kind of they're more of a black budget kind of program, an extremely loud black budget program, but a black budget program nonetheless. That does show up in in public for like court hearings and stuff. That's the best thing is that if you don't give a shit about, I don't know, logic too much, like basic cause and effect, sure, but like not, why would they do this? And they would, say, well, they would do this because they're blood force. We talk about. Yeah, no, not quite. Yeah, they're not a government. I mean, technically they are funded by the government, but it's not. The government isn't involved. They're pretty much allowed to have free reign, and they've kind of put the worst person in charge of them, which is General Ranker here, because Ranker called Hawkstab out in issue 2 for not being destructive enough, basically. He figures if he's going to be in charge of a team called Blood Force, there's going to be some blood and there's going to be some force. Whatever that means. Well, yeah. Maybe don't quote me on that. But regardless, he figures Blood Force is not here to, be nice about things and to do things diplomatically. What was the line? There was a line in issue 2. I wonder if I can find it here actually. Oh, right. Yeah, Hawkstab says he was being prudent in not following up on, chasing down the clerk in issue 1. And General Rancor is like, "Is this what's the name of this unit? Is this Prudent Force? No, is it Blood Force? Oh, okay, so basically, I want some explosions, or you didn't do your goddamn job properly." And like I said, he is a Battlestone type, so he is going to pick fights with people for no fucking reason. Gotta get those eyes spaced out more. Hang on. There we go. That looks a bit more like it. They were looking too much like, proper size and everything. Can't have that. A little bit, right? I suppose we should have some sort of, I don't know, government official running around and hemming and hawing about the budget and about property damage and shit. Like maybe eventually. But for now, at least, we're just going to be doing destruction and property damage. Okay. Let's get some panel borders now. And I don't even think it's going to bite them in the ass that they tend to charge in. Yeah. A little bit like that, yeah. I think it's just but I think it's just a case of while cause and effect do exist in this world, repercussions generally do not. At least not right now. Because repercussions are boring. I feel like that should go in the mission statement. Nah, not around here. This is a repercussion-free zone. Makes it more fun to come up with a scenario when you don't have to worry about what happens if if there's some property damage or some civilians get killed. It's like no. We don't worry about that shit here. Oh, come on. That looks pretty good. Like, if you want, some serious, realistic comics, for some reason, the big two keep trying to do that. Doesn't matter that it's boring as fuck. Well, I guess they gotta try and make everything still fit into movie land, which does need like physics and shit. Um, Not exactly. No. While there will be other superpowered people in the world here, and they will pop up, most of them will be villains. Other people will join Blood Force eventually. And I will eventually I would like to get it to the point where um, the Blood Force team becomes so unwieldy that we have to split it into two, into Blood Force Red and Blood Force Dark Red. But like basically in every arc, I want to add somebody on. But no, I'm not really thinking too much about adding different kinds of superhero teams. I guess eventually it could, like a vigilante team of some kind, but the problem is if I introduce another team, if I'm not having them show up all the time, then either there's no point or you got to be talking spin-off. And it's like, well, I'm not going to be doing the spin-off. What am I going to do? Am I going to hire somebody? don't have the funds for that. So the white cells and red cells isn't bad. And for no reason, in the middle of his speech here, the lighting gets super dramatic. Popo may not be with us on this page, but he is with us in spirit. Well, I do have the tech team, which are just the science guys. That's what they're called. And every letter in science guys is an acronym, like a letter. They're all plural, like they've all got a period after them. And I never describe what exactly the acronym is, and I will not, under pain of death. But we're Team Blood Force. Well, no, we're Blood Force. Yeah, but we're the team. I could see that going on for a bit. I could also see it getting really self-indulgent, so I'd have to be careful how I did that. Maybe. We'll have to see. Okay. Might as well ink this and just get it out of the way. And because this is something that looks, it's fun to draw. So, let's get ourselves into the inking right off the bat here. I feel like Rancor doesn't get too many shots to look cool, so he's got to like really milk the ones he gets. All right, I'm enjoying these quite a bit, actually. Tiny, tiny hatching that will probably not show up in the finish page. Exactly, right? And we'll see how much scenery I give him to chew, but you know. Eyes are looking good so far. Let's turn that down a little bit because it's getting more center frame. Oh, yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. It's perfect. Oh, this drawing is going to be ridiculous. Bit less so. There we go. You're right. I've got O1s. I've got O2s all around here. Let's see here. Isn't everybody glad we've got this guy like being employed by the government guarding our best interests? I know I am. What the? Oh, hang on. Sure. Just straight up Jim Lee angry mouth. Seems appropriate. Seeing as how Jim won't do it anymore, all of his guys are passive. How great would that be if I started beef with Jim Lee? That'd be pretty good, right? It seems possible. He's such a hothead. How the fuck do you fit stubble in with this shit? I feel like this entire stream is going to be drawing this guy's face. Although, would that really be time like poorly spent? I don't think it would. Oh, fuck's sake. Do I give him the forehead bait? It seems unnecessary, I think. I think that's going a little bit overboard. Okay, this doesn't sound like synthwave anymore. This sounds like just straight up fucking dubstep. Where else can I put lines? This guy needs more lines. Let's see here. O3. So what are you? Oh, you're another O3. Okay. And a billion teeth. Sounds good. Not necessarily. No. I mean, I was away for a while, so I assume that's gonna be part of it. Um, Montoya usually shows up late, like maybe 3 hours in, 2 3 hours in. And Raven, if he comes, he's usually there pretty early. Brain's usually a little bit late. How long have we been going here? Not quite an hour. Like, yeah, Brain's kind of on schedule if he's going to show up. He doesn't always, but. I know it's not usually up to me to carry the conversation. You guys usually do okay by yourselves. Oh, somebody spoke up and then stop themselves. You don't have to stop yourself. It's cool. I haven't done this much with the Micron in a long ass time. It's looking pretty fucking good so far. Like for what I'm trying to accomplish anyway. All right, thanks, Ogre Prime. Enjoy the rest of your day. I appreciate you sticking around as long as you did. Okay, and but yeah, they're gonna be sad they missed out on this head, boy. This is one of my best Jim Lee heads, I think. And some Lionel Francis Uihleins as well, just for good measure. They do still work, even with the Jim Lee lines. Oh man, it's tough. I don't think I can do the. I'd love to do the Moon Knight stuff, but it's tough to get a hold of. I think it's all too pricey. Because it was the end of that run too, right? So you got to think circulation was down, and everybody wants early plat. Which one would it be? It's the 1989 series, and it's the last few issues, I believe. I mean, like you can't get, yeah, like most of them just aren't flat out aren't available on my comic shop. I can maybe do one of them, like number 59 or number 60. Even those are like $10 for like a like an okay copy. You know, I mean, at least the Prophet stuff. I have all the Prophet stuff because they printed that through the fucking roof. So that's I'm thankful for that at least. Yeah, maybe I can get a couple. There's no way I can get the first like 5 of them. It's just impossible. His first appearance on Moon Knight looks like I couldn't get a copy for less than $100. And like there's ones in there that just are flat out aren't available. Again, which I assume is a print run thing, and that's a lot of the time how that goes. It's always funny when like that's when they're willing to take a chance on somebody who's fucking crazy like Stephen Platt. And had they known, well, I was gonna say had they known, maybe they could have like kept him and they could build off him, but there was no way they were gonna outbid Liefeld for Platt. Liefeld's paying fucking $40,000 an issue to Platt for him to draw profit. Marvel's not coughing that up under any circumstances. They weren't going to cough up to keep Jim Lee. They're not coughing up to keep an untested Stephen Platt. And it looks like Ranker's got those plugs. Let's see what I can do with them. Yeah. A little bit better. And as for a Platt style, I mean, it's a little tough to riff on and stay on schedule. You know, like I can take his layouts a bit, and that's usually okay. But like the actual degree of detail, it's like, well, I mean, there's a reason Platt couldn't get issues out more than like 4 times a year, you know? I'm trying to up the detail level. But of course, I say 4 times a year, like that's something I can achieve, and I really can't so far. Bill Sienkiewicz, Moon Knight. That would be fun. Because that is where he kind of figure. Again, it does. I think it tends to be pricey, but let me check that one. Because that is where Bill Sienkiewicz figures out his style. Not too bad. Like $8 each. Yeah, I could see picking up one or two of those. You'd want to get one of the like later ones, I think, where he's doing like crazy shit. But yeah, no, I could pick up one or two of those eventually. I do like some Bill Sienkiewicz. Oh, come on. I imagine I'll have like similar problems talking about Bill Sienkiewicz as I do with Jay Lee or Larry Stroman. Because I mean, like it's so far removed from anything I have any experience with drawing that I just don't know what I'm looking at a lot of the time. It's just like, man, that looks cool. Wish I knew what was happening, but you know. But Bill Sienkiewicz is worth a shot, definitely. Fucking 8-bit sound effects here. Or maybe 16-bit. This does sound a bit like Chakin. The comic that I've hated reviewing the most? That's an interesting question. Probably those Richard Horry Bloodstrike issues that were in Extreme Prejudice. Man, did I hate that shit. I couldn't find, like, it was so rare to find anything even interesting to talk about. Like, Richard Horry is so clearly not a professional penciler, you know? Like, I feel bad eventually. Like, because I can't say anything nice about the guy. It's funny. You'd think it'd be Merritt, but like, nope. I always have fun with Merritt. There's always this element of like, what in the fuck? How did he fool people so long into thinking that he was like a comic artist? How did he fool Rob? Did he fool Rob, or was Rob like in on the joke? I do have one coming out next week for New Men #1, which I also was not happy with. But yeah, no, it didn't. At least it was done by Jeff Matsuda, and Jeff Matsuda can draw a bit. He's not great in 1994, but he's okay. Oh, this was supposed to be another one of those hairlines. But yeah, the Richard Horry stuff is just so boring and ugly. I mean, it seems an awful lot like, I mean, because he was like 25, right? It seemed like he was kind of trying to stick it to the system a bit and be like, yeah, no, I'm making millions of dollars. I'm going to share those millions with the artists. And didn't really worry too much about whether the artists were any good. It was more like, are you my buddies? Then yeah, okay, you can get in here and you can draw some comics for me, just produce pages and it's all good. As long as they sell, which they would, because Rob's name was on them in some way or another. And they could keep that up. I am a little curious exactly when Rob decided to stop using Merritt and why. Because like he does like the Extreme Prejudice books are the last Brigade books that Merritt does. But like him and Rob are still buds. And Merritt's still drawing a couple of things for him. Like he does the Battlestone miniseries. And he has that Blindside thing that he does that's creator owned, I think. And then that's kind of it. But like, it's not like him and Rob lose touch. So I don't know what the fuck happened there. And we're gonna need a bit more black in here. It does cancel out most of the stubble, but that's okay. That's how it is. Stubble comes and goes. Something's forever. Diamonds? Sure. Let's go with that. John Malin. That sounds vaguely familiar. I don't know what that is. What's John Malin? Oh, he's a comic book artist. Okay, good to know. I guess it's fair to say no. That looks like some Michael Turner shit. Kind of. I can't get much close-ups on this stuff. Okay, that's definitely Rob. I don't know. I don't know what stuff of this is his. Yeah, I can't tell. I can't tell what he draws, but just on the little bit I saw there. I saw they issued some kind of drawing challenge to Frank Cho. Okay. And I can see this one cover they keep showing over and over. Yeah, I can kind of see it. Yeah, that's not bad. How come I never heard of that guy? It's pretty good. It's like a cross between Rob Liefeld and Lionel Francisco a bit. I don't know if it's 100% my thing, but like, because, in terms of just something I'd read, because I don't like to read Liefeld too much. Except for content reasons. That's a different story. Like, I know we're going back to Captain America #2 reasonably soon, and that's going to be a fucking gold mine. What do these fucking suits look like? Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff to get it through to before I get around to, because I don't want to be hitting the same stuff over and over again too often. I mean, how long of doing that before I'm just doing Cerebus every week, right? Nobody needs that. Maybe I need that, but nobody else needs that. Black Flag. No, I haven't read that one yet. I honestly don't know a whole lot about what like later Dan Fraga looks like. I know it gets a lot more cartoony. Is the story any good? I guess is the question. So I'm not a huge fan of the art style. Yeah, that seems about right. I don't think there's very many issues of it, are there? Oh yeah, there's like 5 that came out in 1995, and then like every once in a while he does something else with it. Or no, that's largely Assassin's Creed. No, it's pretty much been abandoned since 1995. Okay, my bad. I mean, I certainly could. It's not exactly expensive to pick up. We could add number 1 to the whatever the next order is. Don't expect it to be any good. Like I don't. But when has that stopped me before? Got a bit of that Kofi Kingston chest going on. I think we need some slightly jagged lines for this to make it look actually interesting. Some kind of rush stuff. And that's probably a bad idea, actually, thinking about it, because that's usually when I think stuff will look good because it's sloppy, and then it just looks sloppy. Oh, the black flag thing. Yeah, maybe I won't then, because, like I said, I did New Men number 1 for this coming week, and it's angering just because there's so much nothing to it. Like the first half of the book is the pickup game out of X-Men number 4. And then the second half is a fight that with a guy that we're just meeting. And none of the art is particularly good. Like I said, it's better than Richard Horry, but that ain't saying much. Okay, can we actually move on to a different panel here? Maybe. That's a pretty good one though. I like that one quite a bit. Yeah, no, we're gonna leave the rest for now. So yeah, I mean, I don't mind hitting them sometimes, but I don't want to spend too much time now with I think extreme books really, because they all suck. I've kind of hit most of the ones that are any fun to talk about, I feel like. And now it's just how much do we want to talk about shitty comics? And it's not a whole lot, really. We can talk about some of the better Image comics, or at least some of the more, I don't know, Image comics that deserve their place. Like, I haven't gotten too far in Spawn. We need to catch up a bit on that. There's more Wildcats to do. There's more 90s Marvel stuff to do that I've kind of been ignoring. I don't have a ton of it myself, but yeah, no kidding. And just the hour and a half of growling over the cease and desist, really. So it's a good thing that it looks pretty good. Oh, you know what? I should add a bit more shadow down here. I don't need a ton, but and then just yeah. Would that be the World's End Superman comic, or are we talking about a different one? I don't know too many, to be honest. So yeah, I am vaguely familiar with that one, mostly from the Wizard from around that time that called it a piece of shit, from what I recall. Getting ink all over my hand here. Hang on, it's gonna be funny. Look. I know I've got one around here somewhere. Not here? Okay. Over here? Yeah, there we go. Both of them. Thank you. Okay. Oh, the Big Barda porn thing. That's what that is? Okay. I have heard a little bit about that. So who was John Byrne pissed off at for that issue? Because that seems to be kind of his thing. When he does something fucking stupid like that. Did he get fired after that? That's a good question, actually. Because like he should, right? Is this still synthwave? Because it sounds a lot more like metal now. All right. Let's see. So Action Comics issue 593. Scott Free. I do actually know that one. Particularly a shame when involving Big Barda too. 593. Oh, unavailable. You can get 591 and 592 and 594 for like $4. Let's see. I'll add it to the want list, so I'll get alerted if it comes in. I have no idea how much they're going to cost though. Cheapest one I see here is $10. That's not terrible. I do like how abruptly Rancor here goes into Wolverine mode. I'm going to be adding lines to this thing until it's published, and then I'm going to add a few more lines for the remastered edition. But yeah, I'll keep an eye out for that issue, but like it seems like it might be a little bit tough to get a hold of. I do want to get that World's End issue at least, which looks just fucking silly. Kind of like this look of disgust on Rancor's face that's developing. Yes, yeah, over muscled Santa Claus with a blue shirt and like jeans or something. I might be remembering that wrong. But I remember Wizard talking about how bad that issue was. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I'd like to cover. It'd be easier if I had a comic store near me where I could like at least pick some stuff up in person instead of having to order everything, so it's not all super pricey. But unfortunately, not the case. I am heading into visiting my. Was there a bit where he wore a torn shirt and regular pants and shoes? I'm not familiar. I know there's the return of the Superman bit, or reign of the Superman. That's it. Yeah, Superman was one of those guys I just never could get on board with. I had like a couple of issues of it, but I mean, for the most part, yeah, no, Superman's kind of boring. I can't remember ever having seen him grit his teeth once, to be honest. Oh, that's the fucking cease and desist there. Shit. Actually, doesn't. That is still okay. It's not too bad. Yeah, no, it's not been. It was never really my thing. I feel like part of that is just like, I mean, part of it is that I was more focused on the art, and DC was not as much. Okay, turn that down a little bit. Every time I saw a DC book, the art was like ho hum. And I wasn't. Yeah, when I was buying Marvel and DC, I wasn't buying from comic shops too. So there's that. So I wasn't seeing very much stuff. I'd see like whatever was big at the time, which was usually X-Men, Wolverine. I don't even know. Image made its way to the newsstand more than than DC did for me a lot of the time, at least for a little bit. A lot of the time, at least for a bit. That's the kind of quality commentary you're going to get on this channel. Same. Valiant never made it to the newsstand that I saw. And what was I buying when I went to the For the first little while when I was going to comic stores, I was still into Image, but not for long. But like, when you're into Image, you're not buying Valiant, Those are like diametrically opposed philosophies. Plus, I wasn't there for the beginning when Valiant was any good. Or not for much of it anyway. I think by the time I was really aware of Valiant, they were doing Unity. Which is kind of the beginning of the end for that company. It is a little funny. I've got this big, very big. I've got this channel about talking about 90s comics, and like, man, I didn't read a ton of them. I'm not exactly the authority. Would have liked to have been reading comics in the 80s. It seems like that's when a lot of the good stuff was. I caught like a bit of Kraven's Last Hunt. I remember that. And that left an impression. Why does this guy look like a Street Fighter character all of a sudden? Mm-hmm. I mean, I like a lot of the ideas for Valiant. I think a lot of the execution kind of sucked, but like that was kind of in line with Jim Shooter's philosophy, right? Was that it wasn't about the art, it wasn't about anything flashy whatsoever. It was about the story. Like, okay, I haven't seen too many stories that were that great, but like I like the idea of Eternal Warrior. I like the idea of Exo. I did do Exo number 0. That's right. That's a bit too far. Who else? I read Harbinger. Like the Children of the Eighth Day trade. Actually, that was one of the few things I read back in the day, and I thought that was extremely good. Kind of, anyway. Actually, there were bits I think could have been done better, but I really liked a lot of the ideas in it anyway. And I think that kind of got my head going more towards realistic superheroes, but like, the kind of realistic superheroes that like a 13-year-old comes up with. So not particularly. Because you don't understand things like finances. you know? Yeah, I like the idea behind Eternal Warrior for sure. And I do plan on doing the number 1 at least for that at some point. I kind of had to pick a spot where I could also include like Archer and Armstrong #1 and Unity #1 because they are part of the same story. So at least get the beginning there, and then see if I want to keep going with it, because I've seen how some of the later parts of Unity look. And it's like, man, that's pretty bad. Unless, you know, Barry Windsor Smith is drawing it, and even then, he's not going all out. I mean, that was always my problem with those things, was that, like, you know, I'm probably pretty clearly an art guy. I like a good story for sure, but if it doesn't have at least somewhat interesting looking art, then I have difficulty maintaining interest. And seeing stuff like, I don't know, the later Exo Manowar issues, and it's like it doesn't look like it. You know, it barely looks competent a lot of the time. It's like, man, I can't read that shit. Not for fun, anyway. Maybe for a review. We'll see. And I mean, even Cerebus, which was, you know, all about story, did also look fucking amazing. So, like, you know. No, and I loved Quesada's stuff, but like, I think by the time he was doing Valiant, I already had a bit of a thing against them. Whereas, like, nah, it's not good. It's not a good company. You don't make good comics. You know, I've come around a bit since then, but back in the day, like, no, yeah, I was just not interested. Because I mean, it's like they weren't prioritizing art, which was like, okay, I don't know if I took it as a personal slight. I feel like I might have a little bit. But yeah, no, I absolutely loved Joe Quesada. I don't think I really found out about him until he was working on X Factor. And then I was like, whoa, who's this fucking crazy new artist? And then, admittedly, Peter David left and was replaced by Scott Lobdell while Joe Quesada was still there, and I jumped ship. So I guess because I'd already because Larry Stroman had jumped as well. Like if Larry Stroman had stuck around, and I don't even know, because Scott Lobdell's just so bad for writing. That was one of the I feel like that was one of the first instances of noticing how much bad writing could ruin a comic for me, was the Executioner's song. Because man, did I dislike that. Like the X Factor issues were fine because there were Peter David and Jay Lee, which was crazy. But everything else was either Scott Lobdell or Fabian Nicieza, and it was all garbage. And I mean, like, not long before, you know, you had Jim Lee on Uncanny, and then on regular, on Adjectiveless X-Men, you had Rob Liefeld on X-Force for what that was worth. You had Wilson on Uncanny. You had Chris Claremont, and that was still pretty good. Yeah, I don't think I really stuck around till issue 300 for Uncanny. It's like, what, just read more Scott Lobdell? No, thank you. Oh, yeah, no, he absolutely wears a superhero costume for no good reason. And he will do this shit every once in a while, where he talks tough and gets in people's faces, even with no powers. In fact, it's actually going to come back and bite him in a page or two. It's all fading out on me. Hang on. Let's see here. So yeah, he's always going to be yelling at Hawkstab to do more superhero things, even though he is not a superhero guy. I don't know if you ever read, I think it's called Next Wave, which is a Warren Ellis book. And it's hard to keep. There's a character in there that is very similar, like more absurd than Rancor, but kind of similar temperament. I don't think I'm ever going to have him be like, you know, I want to, like, jumping up and down, clapping, being like, I want to blow stuff up, but which is kind of like where that one goes, but the rest of the time. Sure, let's do that. Sorry, I keep leaving it up to you to keep the conversation going, man. That's a bit rough for you. But we'll have to see if anybody else shows up. It almost feels like it's not going to happen now. Let's put a bit more eyeshadow on it here. It looks fine. This is another fun thing with like Hawkstab slowly getting into intimidation mode here, while Rancor just goes from 0 to 60. You know what? I do want to kind of work on the shadows on these a little bit. I have a tendency to just do outlines and stuff and like kind of barely riff on that. I do want to kind of work on getting more dynamic type image type shadows, really. Not sure there's really much room to do that here. ton. Uh, this guy has a very floppy mohawk. I don't think I include the floppy mohawk because this is the side it should be going on, but like, oh, that would be kind of funny to have like it just going like right across Hawkstab's face here. Except that I think it would be a little bit like what's even going on. That's a bit of a shame. All these opportunities they've got to pass up, you know? It's funny. Ever since I'm not sure who pointed out the Merritt Michaels 1/4 view. I feel like that might have been you, but I'm not for sure. I'm kind of careful about how I do mine now. It's like, is it really that different? I don't know. There's a whole bunch of it going on this page too. Yep. When the costume redesign happens, this thing is going to be the first thing to go. Bit of a shame because it's a fun element that does make him stick out for a little bit from everybody else, but it's such a fucking pain in the ass to draw. And I feel like I never get it looking as good as I want it to look. I guess they're ovals now. Why not? Yeah, no, I don't think I would do a female profile without a reference off of somebody. I'd be stealing that shit off of somebody for sure. Maybe Jim Lee. Jim Lee has like one of the most recognizable female profiles, I feel like, which actually works in my favor a little bit. Get some Captain America pecs going on here. And thank you, Rob, for making that a thing. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Happened to look over right when you showed up. And I appreciate you showing up and giving okay somebody to talk to, aside from me. I'm not the most, I'm not the best at conversing and drawing at the same time, unfortunately. Wait a minute. How am I shading this shit? All right. Pretty much, right? I said 2 or 3 hours. No, I do plan on keeping going for a while. Don't know if I can get the whole page done exactly, but yeah, because last time you showed up like right at the end, didn't you? Yeah, that was a drag. It's like, oh fuck, man, I'm sorry. I am so very done though. But no, this one I don't. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish the whole thing. I think we can get most of it done though, and it's a fun page. There's very little backgrounds. Sure. It's funny because none of these muscles really exist, do they? Not like this, anyway. Let's see here. Not the O1, I think. Oh, hey, Bill. Sorry, man. I kept missing your comments, I think, in there somewhere. All right, good shit. Which X Factor? Is there a current X Factor? And did Peter David find a way to write it? If so. Because, like, man, does he ever love writing him some X Factor, it seems like. Does that work? I mean, kinda. It's okay. Let's make the belt stand out just a bit more. Though. There we go. Oh, damn. All right. So this is, Walt and like Jackson Geis and shit, eh? And I guess you got a bunch of Rob Liefelds in there as well. Well, a couple of Rob Liefelds. He did a few of those. Those are weird issues. Does mean you also get the Will Sportasios in there too, which is pretty nice. And the end of the Muir Island saga, which is certainly a saga. It's funny. That's one of the more like consequential storylines, really. It feels like, at least for like short term, because it got Xavier crippled again, and like right after he returned too, which was a drag. Killed off David, Legion. And began the red and gold, blue and gold teams for X-Men, so that you could have the Uncanny and regular X-Men. Is that Liefeld's first work at Marvel? I think I have that one too. I think I accidentally got that one because I was getting all of the Inferno ones. And I got that one by mistake, which is like right after it. Are we leaving the least fun panel to last? As is tradition, I think we might be. It's always a bad idea, too. I was not aware that was his first, though. I thought like he would have started with Marvel Comics Presents or something. I know he's got that What If issue and everything. Where'd that 08 go? There you are. Yeah. I mean, I have no idea what Legion did later on. I feel like I wasn't reading too many of those issues either. For some reason, either they didn't show up on my newsstand or what. I don't know what happened. But I missed out on like half the Muir Island saga, so I didn't know what the deal with Legion even really was, because like I wasn't buying New Mutants back in the day. Let's do this. We go all the way to, we'll go to there. That sounds familiar. Shit, I didn't read much of the beginning of Age of Apocalypse, I don't think. Like, not the lead up stuff, I feel like. And I don't believe I bought them myself. I think I was borrowing them from friends and desperate to read them. I'm not sure why I didn't buy them myself at the time. I might not have had the money. because I love that alternate reality shit. That's always the best shit. And I do plan on doing Age of Apocalypse eventually. It just might take a little while to get it going. I'm also hoping to do Infinity Gauntlet eventually, but that might be further down the line. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, well, it had all those Joe Mad designs, right? And I mean, that's fuck. I mean, that Joe Mad went on to make a career out of that. Was fucking designing characters. Kind of all half manga, half Art Adams. Which was exactly what 1995 wanted, or 1996, whenever it was. But I think I'd do. I'd have to check into who's writing those. I think I'd probably just do the beginning and end of age, like prologue and epilogue, whatever, Alpha and Omega, and then Amazing X-Men, the Joe Mad series. I don't know if anything else is really necessary. I'm not a big fan of the Kuberts. Like Adam's okay. I want to say Steve Lytle got a bit on one of them, which was weird. Maybe I should check out that one actually. He's got a very strange style. Really shadow heavy from what I recall. He was one of those guys who got a lot of work on the Marvel trading cards and like had a big, legible signature. So I could tell who it was. And he was like one of the few guys where I was like, I couldn't really follow up because I didn't know what he drew. And I wasn't 100% sure if I liked his style or not. Mm-hmm. Rogue Nito? I'm not familiar with that. Is that Onslaught? I didn't read any of the Onslaught shit. I was out on Marvel by that point. Or are we talking about that sounds like a romance between Rogue and Magneto. That might be what that is. That I feel like that was set up in the Jim Lee Uncanny run, in the Savage Land stuff. If that became more of a thing. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that I don't. Yeah, they were kind of a couple in that, weren't they? But I mean, yeah, I do think that got set up in the Uncanny Run and in the first arc in the Jim Lee X Men. Not that it was like romantic or anything, just that they had some kind of connection, kind of thing. There you go. I feel like that's a good question. How did Gambit and Rogue get around the whole touch thing? Because I don't think I ever saw that they did, and it seems like it would be kind of necessary. Oh shoot, Hogstep doesn't have stubble. What are you doing? We'll just leave that little Easter egg. Why not? Okay, so they're just because they're married now, aren't they, or something? I thought they were like, isn't that their whole thing? Is that they're a couple now? Shit, I'm gonna have to do some erasing before I can really do anything here. There's too much pencil built up to get the ink to stay on the paper. I've heard about the Krakoa shit, and it really sounds awful. From what I've heard, I mean, I'm not paying money for that. I'll tell you that. It's like if you're doing like invulnerable, immortal X Men. There you go. That's the word, right? You kind of take away anything interesting if like because they're always getting in fights, but there's no real danger of them ever dying. Like there isn't really. You can always bring somebody back if you really want to, but If you just flat out say, like, yeah, no, these guys are all immortal, like, that's some boring shit. There's what? No power setbacks? Isn't that like half the point of the X-Men? Is the fact that their powers suck? And are like as much a hindrance as they are as it is like, you know, a boon kind of thing? Because if it's just like wish fulfillment bullshit now, like, yeah, no wonder that's not really, you know, moving any units. Nobody cares about that shit. Hey, Steele, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Is this correct? Yeah, let's just do that a bit more. So are we those guys now who do the what's that every time somebody shows up? I'll be those guys if we have to, but I just want to point out that that's what we're doing. Oh, Jesus. I can believe it. 1,200 books and film. Damn, where the fuck were they? I've had to rebuy all of mine, which is why I don't have nearly as much as I would like. But, you know, I would have liked to have had the ones I had. Although, thinking about it, the ones I had were in really bad condition. Like, I did not look after my comics at all. So probably wouldn't have been able to use them for videos. So would have had to rebuy anyway. So it's all good. Were you not sure where they were, or did you just like not have a place to put them for a while? Or that's probably a long time to just leave a bunch of comics at a buddy's place. Feels like. Yeah. Okay. No, I get that then. Yeah, it's. I mean, 1,200 fucking books. That's tough to find storage for, and particularly if you don't have a permanent place. Yeah. Oh, congratulations, man. That's got to be great to finally get those back. Yeah, absolutely, man. I do want to see that picture. Oh, well, that's 2 years isn't too bad then. I thought you meant like you hadn't seen them since like high school or something. But I say that as a guy who has not been without his comics for a couple of years, so I don't know. Okay. Vincent? There you are. Oh, needs a bit more of a raised eyebrow. Sure. That's what that is. Get out of here. There we go. No, I don't blame you. That's a lot. That's way more than I got. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure how many you can hold in a long box. I feel like a couple of hundred, which would probably put me uh, okay, less than what you have, but not actually maybe not that much less than I thought. That's better. All right, that's good stuff. Make sure you get the fucking step on there this time. How this? This hair. Oh, I gotta keep reminding myself that this hairstyle is making fun of that Shadowhawk character. Hard edge, yes, I think that's it. And that I do not have to try and make it look better than it is. No, it's still the same thing. It's just this little cheap mechanical sharpener. Maybe just mixing with the music in the back differently or something. Probably something like that. I don't think this shoulder's quite right. Give this guy a really punchable face if I can. Oh yeah, thank you. I have no idea what kind it is. It looks like there's some. Nope, that's not writing underneath the pen. That's just schmutz. Okay. Whoever cleans under the lead holder grip, you know. But yeah, I do like this better than the mechanical. The mechanical doesn't. Mechanical erases too quickly. Like it just gets smudged out. Probably because I don't pencil my panels in order, which would make things a lot easier, but I don't do that. So yeah, forget it. Anything else we need to know about this guy? He's got these weird braces things on his legs. And he's got a braid coming down as well. In addition to, which I think is the full hard case haircut. Like it's terrible. Not hard case, hard edge. And knife here. I had my brother look through the script, and he suggested like first Mortal Kombat movie Kano for the voice, and I'm like, yes, that does sound correct. I like it. Let's go with that. Uh huh. Braids, ponytail, mohawk, floppy mohawk, to be precise. That's just the worst haircut ever. But it's a little bit like, seeing a wrestler in public, I think, who, where you see him, he's got his goofy ass haircut, but you don't dare make fun of him for his haircut. Not as big. Still big, but not. He's not the big guy of this group. Oh shit, he's got a full-on cod piece too. I forgot about that. And just actual like steak knives, pretty much stuck to his forearms. Oh shit, that does sound familiar. I can't remember how that went. That would be helpful. Although I feel like I've already touched most of the bases in this comic. A bit more chin there. That yes, and I'm a fan of that. I'm wholly on board with that particular theory. So in this, it's if you're extreme enough, and I mean, Hawkstab having blades coming out of his hands or his forearms at all times, that's pretty extreme. We're gonna see that. What's his name? Gun Show here does live up to the billing, in my opinion, anyway. Hey, Brian, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. All right, so we did get just about everybody to come by eventually. That's good. Do I give Rancor eyelashes? Is he too extreme for eyelashes? I feel like it's at enough of an angle where it can be in question whether that's an eyelash or not. There we go. Oh yeah, no problem, man. Is that a spring thing? Because that fucking sucks. If that's the case. Not too bad. Doesn't have to have too much on there, I feel like. I keep hearing about the pollen. Yeah. I'll be honest. It kind of makes me glad I don't have to worry too much about that. Sucks to be you guys, but come on, this isn't looking quite right. Um, I picked up a couple of O2s, O2 microns when I was on vacation, and it just convinced me I need to buy a shit ton more O2s. And also, which means that I'm never going to use my 003s again because the super fine detail will be for that pack of O1s I've got. That's not too bad. And thanks, man. I appreciate. Yeah, I do like how the page is coming along. I started at the bottom first this time for everybody who missed it, which is probably most of you actually. In fact, I think that's everybody except okay. But so this is what we got so far, and I'm rather pleased with it. So we're just filling it up here now. Oh, and OK did talk to it too. Let's see. Allergic to Benadryl? Fuck me. What do you do then? Unless you're not allergic to absolutely anything else, I suppose. That wouldn't be the worst thing, but Jesus Christ. You got any kind of allergy after that, you're fucked, I guess. I feel like we're... Yeah, that should be the top of his hair right there. Yeah, General Rancor. And yeah, I think that's one of my best Jim Lee scowls, if not the best. Oh man, that's a bit of a callback there, isn't it? It does look a bit like that, doesn't it? It'll work well enough in context. It's a cease and desist order from the from this guy, the crazy cartoon delegate, and these are his bodyguards. So now they're coming by to give an official warning to Blood Force that they're overstepping their legal bounds. And they better step back a bit. And Rancor, of course, as he is a Battlestone type, is going to take one look at that and go, I don't give a good goddamn what the papers, that kind of shit. It's a fun page for dialogue, at least. Not that it will have dialogue for a little while, because I don't know if I'm getting this thing done today. It's a bit much. Like, I think the one giant fucking panel there was that took me like an hour and a half, and it's like it's an hour and a half well spent, but it's still an hour and a half. It's like if you do all the Art Adams lines, it actually puts you a little bit on Art Adams' schedule, which is not preferable. Not unless you want to do like a page a month. No. Rancor thinks he's the kind of badass that Popo also thinks he is. Although Popo backs it up at least a bit. Not quite as much as he, expresses. Well, no, he kind of does. It's just, he's just very silly about it. I'm going to be doing the lettering all digitally now. I was doing it by hand before, but I don't have a steady enough hand for that. You know, cross hatching is one thing, but lettering over and over, yeah, I just don't have it. And I know that because I hand letter all of issue 2, and now I can't get it off the artwork, right? So I'm thinking that one is gonna be sticking. Issue 1, I did like paste up lettering, which was terrible, but at least it's mostly removable. It does mean that issue 1 artwork is completely worthless now because it's like it's a fucking mess. Unless somebody likes that kind of thing, I suppose they might like that kind of thing. But yeah, in future it's all going to be digital lettering, I think. Yes. Okay, that's a good line from Art Adams. I was aware that he was picking up the slack for Walt. It didn't occur to me, I guess, that that was kind of a funny thing. I'm sure it would have by the time we got to revisiting those issues, because we will eventually. I do have those. But yeah, no, that's a pretty good line. And I do like how Art was like, okay, so if that's the case, then I want all of the most popular characters in the Marvel Universe to work with. So we're talking Hulk, Spider Man, Ghost Rider, and Wolverine. And I'm getting royalties off this shit, right? I don't know if he said that, but I would assume. Oh, it does kind of feel like that. The wrestling promo thing. I'm okay with that. We don't mind our similarities with wrestling around here. I think I've used Ultimate Warrior, the Ultimate Warrior theme song, a few too many times in my videos to ever have a problem with wrestling. I'm gonna have to keep using that too. I think just whenever anybody says ultimate, which should be fairly often, I'm not gonna be doing the ultimates anytime soon. Although that would be an idea, and just have the Warrior theme song running constantly in the background. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Okay, so but yeah, so by trying to make Knight here have Kano's voice, because I mean, once that was pointed out, I had to do that. Now you get my terrible Cockney accent in the comic. My attempting to do that phonetically, it's tough. In fact, it might be so tough it wasn't successful, but we'll find out. Not too bad looking. All right, good. Okay. What the fuck do these things look like? Not too shabby. That'll work. Yep. Oh yeah, that's a good call actually. I mean, we will get them very shortly in the actual comic itself because I'm going to be drawing them pretty full figure, and we're going to be getting into a fight pretty soon. But yeah, no, I should have just like the reference and all that. You're right. These guys have any? No, they don't have any kind of glove things. That is a thick fucking Popeye forearm, isn't it? Oh well. You're allowed to have Popeye forearms every once in a while. Well, in the last issue, Hogstab and Maxtremus were attending UN negotiations to try and determine, like they're basically just trying to find, um, ratify a treaty between the Maxtricians and the humans, so that the Maxtricians can claim refugee status from the clerk. That's the basic thing. While they're at the thing, there's this guy, the UN delegate here, who is actually a Clerg mole and not a very well disguised one. And these two were his bodyguards. And so the Clerg mole, well, I mean, he was shooting down everything before Maxtremus could really suggest it. And they decided to investigate his office based off of the fact that he was just a little twitchy in the proceedings, and also the fact that, you know, right when they got out of the hearing, coincidentally, Shockblock discovered a signal that he was tracing back to the delegate's office that seemed to be linked to the clerk. It was all very handy. So, in the wake of Maxtremus and Hogstab searching the office, and of course finding Nightstick there and having a big old fight there because of it, the UN delegate was alerted to their presence and sent over these two goofs to issue a cease and desist order. Which they're now doing. And I mean, because it's Rancor, that won't hold any water because he's just the worst official ever. Okay, that forearm really is kind of bulbous. I mean, it's okay on him, not so much on him. I feel like that needs to be trimmed down. And we'll just shadow that in a little bit, do some whiteout if we have to, which probably will. That's okay. So yeah, that's some of the storyline that's going on with the comic so far. I am aware that for a comic that is making fun of Image stuff, my plot is way too like intricate. Maybe not necessarily in a good way. Who knows? I don't, and nobody else has read the thing really. So. And we want a bit of a curve here. Ah. No, I know. Well aware. But, and I mean, when I first came up with it, I think it was a bit dumber, but I can't help obsessing over like aliens to be at least to see stuff anyway. And it helped that when I was reading through those comics again, I'm like, man, these comics fucking blow. They are not fun to read in any way. Even though in some of them the art is pretty good, like Cyberforce looks fantastic. It does. Pit, same thing. And like, man, do those comics suck. So let's do a ripping off Image thing, only we'll make it not suck, which means we have to come up with a decent story. Not a great story, I'm well aware, but just something where like things are happening from issue to issue, and you kind of want to find out what the next thing that happens is, or like have a reason for the fight, that kind of thing. A bit of a tangent going on with his nose here. Yeah, I'm just sticking it up. But like, I would have been fine with not having a story, like an interesting kind of story, but I would have been done drawing, by now. There's no way I get to issue 3. If I don't like the way the story's going, I think I do one issue and go, cool, that was fun. And then, I go, maybe do another one? Sure. And then I do 3 pages of that and go, man, this is boring now. Yeah, no. I'm okay with just borrowing the tropes, really. Like, they really did not give a shit about how good the comics were. And I mean, that's honestly fine for them in that case because they had Rob's name. They were able to do that. Like, no one's going to give a shit about an Image parody that looks pretty good and has Image style stories too. If it pokes fun at those stories, maybe a little bit, but if it doesn't have its own story, not really. Sure. Wasn't doing this much shadow on them before. in places where I'm not using a lot. Yeah, that works. That's one thing I noticed is that they all, all the image guys seem to be able to do that, including all the new hires. So they're learning something that I'm missing in some ways. I gotta try to pick that up. But yeah, like Rob has specifically said, I think he maybe didn't realize exactly what he was saying, but like that he totally went ahead at one point and when he started Image and figured he could just make big muscle dudes, make big extreme muscle guys, and have them fight and not have any kind of story, and it would still sell. And it did. And then after a while, he kind of regretted that comic kind of sucks. I don't think he's ever said it since. If anything, he usually talks about how great, this was a Youngblood he was talking about. He usually talks about how great Youngblood is, if he talks about it at all, which not a whole lot because he doesn't own it. But how are we doing here? Okay, his arms are a bit of a mess. That's okay. Sentinel 3, yeah. How do you do this one? That's always the question, isn't it? Okay, so this thing here, this is the Jay Lee sword, which doesn't make any sense in physical space. I am trying to keep this sword consistent for some reason. I think that strikes me as like just a little bit funnier than coming up with a new one every time, since it's very obviously just made up as Jay Lee went. This is out of Youngblood Strike File, I believe. Oh, I do love that thing. It's so not a sword. Oh yeah, yours is full of like your comic is full of these kind of guys, isn't it? I don't think at this point that this character has spoken yet, and I don't think he's moved out of this pose yet. We've seen him like I think this is the third time we've seen him. He is always in this pose, so it's going to be a little jarring when we move from that to him actually fighting. But we are going to do that. Is there another back? I think there is another pouch here. Yeah. I like how that turned out. Okay, good. Well, it's an important pose. He finally found a pose he thought was cool, and he's not giving that pose up. You know. Okay, let's see here. Where's the O3? Oh shit, that finger is getting indented, man. Fuck. That's what all the microning does. When it's just I'm just using the Tombos. I don't get the destroy my finger pressure. It's just the microns. Yes. And I would really like to see more of that. Of the that is what I recall about your comic, and I would like to see more of that. It's just so much fun having just like impossibly massive dudes. Where it's just like, okay, this isn't functional, and it's beyond something like a bodybuilding competition. This is just getting to the point where it's just like you start to pity them a little bit, maybe. And it's like, here's what they think of your pity. Let's see, what are we doing on this? Because these muscles or these arms are mostly actually clean in terms of there's not a lot of clutter on them. Because that's the point of gun show. Fun fact: gun show has no interest in firearms. I have no idea what I'm doing here, but I kind of like how it's looking so far. Yeah, those are some interesting looking shadows. All right, dig it. All right, we'll have to check that out too then. And he will at one point say, "Welcome to the gun show." I will. I don't think I'm going to have to point out which panel it is. We're a ways off. Sure. It's funny how I'm like trying to sneak in Tombow lines from time to time that I should be doing in Micron. And it's like, if I make it thin enough, you can't tell the difference. Like, well, you can't sustain the thickness is the problem, so you can always tell when it's Tombow lines. I don't mean like nobody can. I mean I can't. There's a bit of J Lee going on in this one. Is anything else? Okay. Yeah. The most spur of the moment Punisher ripoff emblem has ever been attempted, or was attempted last time anyway. Oh man, there's some pressure going under my fingernail. Might have to close it up soon. Yes, I think 00. But I guess honestly, most people use the digital stuff now, right? I'm sure there are still a lot of purists who use dip pens and brushes and all that. And it might, I don't know, I feel like it might be equal numbers to something like Tombows, but like brush pens. But the vast majority is styluses now, right? Like it doesn't matter if you're using dip pens or brush pens, you're a fucking fossil, no matter what, pretty much. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna assume you mean like literal raven talons. Like hunting is required in order to get your art supplies. There you go. I mean, it doesn't get more extreme than that, right? I'm pretty sure if you tell Rob Liefeld that you use raven talons to draw your comic with, he's like legally bound to give you work. So just, keep it in mind. Okay. Does he have he does have a cod piece too, doesn't he? Fuck. These guys came straight here from their tryout with the band Lion, I think. Was it? Oh shit! Was it Lion or was there another one? I feel like there was another one that actually came out with like multiple albums. I can't remember what they're called right now. and they were big for the cod pieces. I can't remember their names now. Yeah, shit, that bugs me. And now I'm wondering why it bugs me. Who cares? But the blackness of my dreams, Randy Yank, is very nice. I dig it. All right. I don't think you have to do that. I think you can use kind of whatever you fucking want, really. Just try and get the lines you want out of it. And if you get those lines out of a rotten egg, then you use that rotten egg. I don't know if these are really muscles anymore, or if I'm just making like just slabs folding on top of each other now. It kind of works either way. The Transformers theme is excellent. Every once in a while, I hear somebody talk shit about Lion, and I'm like, I don't know what your problem is. Lion has one incredible song. Oh, Egg Temper does sound familiar. The other one bothers me, but yeah, no, I do love that Transformers theme song. I like to think that they were approached by the studio and were like, "Here's the script. Can you like fit as much in there about in the song about the movie as possible?" And they were like, "No way, man. We're about the art." And that just happened to be what they came up with. It was exactly what the movie was. We're going to have to come up with something for these as well, because there should be some shadows under that. There you go. Ah, man. I probably like that pen, didn't I? Oh, wait. It's okay. It's okay. I don't think I ever watched it in the theater myself. I'm pretty sure I wanted to. The Transformers movie we're on now, by the way. But I saw both of those on VHS, that and the G.I. Joe one. And of course, for anybody who doesn't know, the G.I. Joe movie was made first, but had delays and wasn't able to come out to the theater when it wanted to. So Transformers actually beat it to the theater, and then kids hated the fact that Optimus died in the middle of it. And the plan was for Duke to die in the G.I. Joe movie, but in the wake of that, they went, maybe we just kind of throw in a little line of like off-camera dialogue saying, hey, he's okay. And I don't know why it's important that I point that out, but it kind of is. There you go. Although honestly, I would have traded Duke for Optimus, I think. Rodimus Prime was not a good enough replacement. Still, we shouldn't ignore Optimus's sacrifice. I get what you're saying. that man, I love that. That was the best, where they kill all the nobody Autobots in like the second scene or whatever. Oh, one. Oh. Honestly, I can't think about. They had the like Perceptor and shit in there, didn't they? Or the ambulance guy. I don't remember what any of their names are now. Okay, that should be dark then. It refuses to draw. There we go. Oh, these arms are ridiculous. Enjoying them quite a bit. In Duke's place. No, Snake Eyes is never an option. Flint, what are you talking about? As a guy who didn't really read the comics, and assumed that Flint was the second in command. I say Flint. Yeah. Okay, good. It wasn't just me then. I'm like, shit, is Flint like the wrong answer? Oh, these guys are so crazy. I considered Roadblock briefly too, yeah. But I think he's good as like just he's the guy that you pull up to with the heavy artillery. And rhyme menacingly in the background. I'm going to assume that never really happened in the comic, which is a bit of a shame. But honestly, it just kind of means I always just kind of link it to that voice actor now, which I'm fine with. I don't know who that was, but like he was fucking awesome. Ugh. These O1s, man. The friggin' tip just keeps bending all over the place. I think I gotta check that. There's probably enough ink in it, but I can't draw with it. Did they set up a Transformers versus G.I. Joe movie? I don't remember that at all. Like anything kind of leading up to that. And credit scene in the last Transformers movie. What, like the real life Transformers? Like the live action ones? A Micron PM tip. I'm not familiar with what that is, to be honest. Unless you mean the brush tip microns, which I did try out and not as much of a fan as the Tombos. They feel like they kind of run out a bit faster, and I don't know. They lose that spring. I don't know. They lose something. It's been a while since I tried to use it. If it's a different thing, then let me know. Oh fuck, he looks like he got all oiled up before this fight here. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Plastic nip. Oh. All right. So that is from the last live action then, right? Because that is they did the Beast thing recently, if I recall. I haven't watched a one of the Transformers movies since. Oh, I don't even know which one had Leonard Nimoy. The second or the third one. That was one of those ones I tried to watch and fell asleep halfway through. To the third one, okay. Second one had the phone. That was the second one. Shit. So that's all with the fucking. No. No, that doesn't sound right. Which one had fucking Devastator with his giant fucking Transformer balls? Because that's the one I think that's the second one. That isn't the one with Leonard Nimoy, is it? Revenge of the Fallen. Oh, that is that same one. What's the cast? They don't mention Leonard Nimoy. But I'm pretty sure he was in the one with the Fallen. Yeah. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay. I was looking online, all right? I was getting too many confirmations of the same information. Couldn't have that. And he kind of does look like a bodybuilder with like just the white head and and all the lines all over the body here. That's some crazy looking shit. Oh man. Absolutely. I don't know why I was trying to argue which Transformers one I had last seen when I did say that I fell asleep in the middle of it. It's like, no, guys, it's definitely this one. You know, like, how the fuck would I know? I already had those things around. Just do there. Just enough for when it carries over to the next panel and we go, wait a minute, why didn't he have those things around his legs? Mm-hmm. Oh, there you go. We do have a use for the pouches on this one, don't we? I mean, I guess Buffer Boy is better than Fluffer Boy. It does kind of sound similar, though. I will say that. Okay. See, that was the one where I was like, you know what? Fuck this series. Was 3 the one with Mark Wahlberg then? It feel. Hang on, then. No, it's still at Shia LaBeouf. Okay. I don't think I ever saw that one. As soon as you get close to the abs, it's all right. I'm going to finish up knife here, and then I'm probably going to be done for the day. Shit, I don't know how Jason Statham fights in that. I think I did see the Transporter. Oh wait, no, that's right. He does lose his shirt and get oiled up in every fight, doesn't he? Or at least in the one fight. I assume that happens then by the comment in every fight. There you go. Try and grab me, just go sliding right off. Yes, I think that works. And he's been helping Knife with his look a little bit, but like Knife doesn't. He's like, okay, that's enough. We don't need to like push it too far. We're not. This isn't like a joint gimmick. You got your thing. I got my thing. Okay. I think I watched the first Transporter. I remember like when like Transporter. How many are there? There's like 4, right? 3. Right. I was working at a video store when Transporter 3 came out. And I'm like, how have I never heard of these? How are they on 3? And I have no idea what these movies are. Yeah, I think Macho Man would go for this panel. Ultimate Warrior 2. This does have like an LOD kind of feel to it, doesn't it? I watched all the Jason Bourne ones. Those were the ones I was in on. Yeah. I guess I just didn't hear about the Transporter movies at all until the third one. John Wick did kind of change the game, didn't it? I don't know if there have been any attempts. I assume there have been attempts at like imitating John Wick's success. I mean, I think it'd be probably pretty difficult to pull off, which is why I haven't really heard of anybody doing it. Yeah, I do kind of remember the shaky cam with the Bourne movies, and then Wick fucking fixed that. That is one of the great things about Wick is that he's like, oh, thank God, I can actually see like fucking everything. Has this ever happened before in an American action movie? Maybe not. Oh, the Monkey King. I think I have a copy of that left over that my daughter bought. She buys all sorts of shit movies. Sure. I feel like Knife has some kind of skinny legs now. All right, just add a little bit on there. All good. It's tough standing next to Gun Show all the time, I guess. Like even if if you show up in your best shape, this is the guy whose power is his massive guns. Did they slow mo the fights? Oh fuck, I don't remember hearing about that. It's a shame about Ip Man 1 and 2 because I have Ip Man 1 or I have Ip Man 3, which I've never gotten around to watching, but it's like, hey, it's one of those Ip Man movies. Maybe that'll be good. And makes me think maybe not. The fourth Matrix movie. You know what? I really haven't seen too many of the original Jackie Chan movies. I saw Legend of Drunken Master. I think that might be it. These guys are awesome. Okay, let's get some swords on Knife here, and then I can call it a day and give my hand a rest. So 4 hours? It's over 4 hours. It's been a little while. And got the Witcher blade on there too, of course. And random katana. Or I guess more like Nodachi. Or is it Nodachi or Naginata? I don't remember anymore. Shit. I'm behind. Gorgeous sounds familiar. Yeah, I never had a huge kung fu thing. My brother did. And so I'd watch some of his every once in a while. I'd be like, yeah, these are pretty good. And then I'd, just not follow up on them. So you never would have seen the Street Fighter movie or Ninja Scroll either if it hadn't been for that kind of thing. And then never followed up on those either. Kung Fu Hustle, I have seen. I just saw that a couple of years ago, actually. And I did enjoy that quite a bit. I wasn't sure whether or not I could really recommend it to my kids just because I think it'd be too weird for them. But like, you know, that was a pretty fun movie. That should be, yeah. Was there a second live action Street Fighter movie? What was the point after Raul Julia died? So that gets blacked in. There we go. All right. I feel like this character here at least is one that Rob Liefeld can get behind. He's got enough shit on him. Oh, okay. So that's probably why I didn't watch it. I didn't give a shit about Chun-Li. Of course, and I found it in some DVD collection thing, like, you know, which they probably put out in the wake of Kill Bill. And that's a different kind of movie from what I remember. It's been a long ass time since I've seen it. I don't have those movies anymore. Oh, the Street Fighter the movie game. I think I saw clips of that, but never actually played it. It looked an awful like the game Pit Fighter, from what I remembered. Yeah. Okay, good. I got that right. All right. Oh, wow. That finger's a little fucked up. Okay. I tried watching Big Trouble in Little China recently and I couldn't get into it. I don't know if I've ever seen it all the way through. I'm gonna guess I haven't probably. Like if I'm gonna watch uh-oh. Shit, what's his fucking name? Kurt Russell. Okay, fuck's sake. I know. And like I know that if I get past the beginning, it's gonna be really good, but I just can't get past the beginning. But if I'm gonna watch like a John Carpenter, Kurt Russell movie, it's gonna be The Thing. You know. And it'd be like, okay, well, what about if you watch The Thing and then Big Trouble in Little China? It's like, yes, or I could watch The Thing and then The Thing again. Oh, and Big Trouble in Little China. Yeah, well, I mean, he's technically the hero in that he gets the most screen time, right? Just not in terms of like, outcome on on the result of the movie, I suppose, which is great. I love it. I don't watch the thing that often, but I will, like at least once a year, I would say. That, RoboCop, Terminator, maybe Predator, maybe Predator. Yeah, there's like a good like 7 or 8 movies where if it's been a year, it's like shit, that's too long. Decent version. That arm is a bit of a mess in terms of how big it is, but luckily with all the shit in front, you can't really tell, so that's okay. Sure, do that. Why not? He never really bears his knuckles in there anyway, so yeah, just do something a little different. Nobody was the thing at the end. Actually, you know what? The point is that you're not able to tell who, if anybody's the thing at the end. They killed everybody, they destroyed the entire camp, and at the end, you still don't know for sure. And they went out of their way to make sure that you couldn't tell if anybody was the thing at the end. And don't give me that shit about how you can't see. Oh fuck, what's his name? Yeah, the black guy. How you can't see his breath because you can. At least on HD. Maybe not on standard on the old standards and shit. That argument would have held up. No. I remember hearing about that short story on Red Letter. Rich Evans talked about that. Where it's taken from, the thing's perspective, and he's just fucking terrified by all these weird ass fucking things that are basically just brains driving around bodies. And he just wants to get home, and they keep trying to kill it. No. I've heard the gas in the bottle theory. I don't buy that one bit. I think Kurt laughs at the end because they still have no idea. And it's like, well, shit, I guess we kind of lost. And we're just going to die out here. Obviously, you can go with whichever you're gonna with whichever theory you like. But I can't agree with that one. Particularly knowing that what is it, John Carpenter, because they were doing the thing with the eye light, right? That's okay. Because they were doing the thing with the eye light where they'll often have like not a ring light exactly, but just a light to have something reflect in the pupil. to just kind of, I don't know, it makes a character more relatable essentially and more likable. And in that bit where they're testing the blood, they don't have the eye light on the guy who is eventually the Thing. If you look in that scene, everybody's got the little white dot in the middle of the people except for that one guy. And then on the last scene in the movie, they were going to shoot it, and they're like, "Do you want me to do the eye light thing again?" And John Carpenter's like, "No, we are not making any kind of hint about whether or not the Thing even survived. It's completely up in the air. We will never know. We will never get that kind of closure," which I like personally. And it's honestly how I think you end the ultimate paranoia movie. You feel free to shake your fist in the air. That's okay. Yeah, that's my take on it. That neither were really the Thing, but Doom because of the cold, and Doom because they don't know for sure if the other guy's the Thing, right? They think they killed it, but they don't know. If Kurt Russell is the only one left, at least he gets that, but he doesn't even get that. Anyway, it is a fun movie to talk about, though. And I'm going to take off because my hands hurt. And I still got to edit a video for this coming week today if I can. So thank you guys so much for sticking around. That was awesome. Took a while for some of you to get here, but that's okay. Well, long as you're here for a little while, at least. I have not heard that theory. And I do not agree with it whatsoever. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna take off. You guys enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I'll see you. I'll be doing another live stream on Wednesday, and of course, regular videos out in the meantime. Try and cut down a little bit on the speed art pages, but to just one a week. But they're the go-to fill-ins. All right, guys. Have a good one. I'll talk to you later.